Council, I'll open with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay, item 1, attendance apologies. We're all here. Item 2, leave of absence, nil. Confirmation of minutes. The 15th, do we go, Mr. CO? Was there one before the 15th or not? 15th, it? Right, all right. Someone like to move to receive the minutes? Councillor Tozer, second to Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any correction to that minutes, councillors? Question, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question is in regard to, on page 9, item 9.1 is the draft City of Gold Coast operational plan, and there's subsequent mentions. I just had a question to the officer responsible for this, because I think the printed version that was considered by the council included a reference to an alternative public transport mechanism if the light rail didn't go ahead, but we haven't made any decision about that, and I thought that we exclude that reference. The officer tells me that has been excluded, but not in the documents I've seen, so I just wanted to confirm that if I can.
We're standing.
Yes.
Yes, so I can just confirm that the version that goes out will be as described by yourself, with it removed.
Thanks, CEO. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'm happy to move the minutes if you want.
Move the minutes, Councillor Peter Young. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 4, conflict of interest. I think it's the ordinary items, so we'll keep moving. Item 5, committee forward planning schedule, not applicable. Item 6, reports presentation. 6.1, confidential draft. So, Mr. I just move that, right? On the screen. Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Could I just question that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, hit.
I'm not trying to be pedantic, but this basically says the information is confidential until the CEO decides otherwise to release material. And the last sentence says, this resolution will take effect once the budget is adopted. But I would have thought that that confidentiality applies now. And I don't want there to be any confusion.
You're deeming it now, aren't you?
Yeah, so through you, this is the standard wording that's been used for some time, but obviously you are correct, it applies from now. So, I mean, we can remove the last sentence if you would like, if that for clarity.
The default is confidential. It's only non-confidential.
I'll let the jury understand, Nikki.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is merely saying that the confidentiality that's attributed to these budget documents is due to the confidentiality under the Local Government Act being one of the grounds that you can have confidential information and deliberate in closed session. The CEO separately has a delegation and a power under the Local Government Act to determine information that's confidential as well. And that's why when we have our resolutions of council, it says that the CEO can determine, and that's how we do our reductions. So the CEO is exercising that power to decide what's confidential and what's not in our reductions.
Once it's passed.
Yeah, that's understood, but the last sentence basically says this is only going to take effect when we adopt the budget.
Well, remove that then.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's immaterial to remove it, but it makes it easy.
Well, remove it.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I move that. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 7.1, I think councillors 7.1 through to 7.5, it's really a revisit of the 7.5 in the previous meeting to split it up individually. What happened was that one person was against an item in clause 3, for instance, and they basically voted no for the whole lot. And this is a better way of going, right, we'll deal per more detailed issue so that a councillor who's against an item 3 can vote for item 1, for instance, 7.1, and so it's a better way of dealing with it. I let it go to the keeper because the motion didn't get up, but I always envisaged to bring it back and just do one item at a time, and I think we heard it's extensive discussion on it. So on this very first one,
Mr.
and,
Mayor, did
yeah.
you want to move to closed or did you want to discuss it in open?
Well, at the moment, I'm just explaining to everybody
Okay.
to understand. And my next question is that on this item 7.1, is there any more questions on that? If it is, we'll go to close. Otherwise, we'll move and debate. Okay. Move for adoption.
Second,
Second, Councillor Tozer. Councillor Peter Young, would you like to speak on that? No. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor Doran, which way did you vote? I didn't see your hand. Okay. Unanimous. Same again, councillors. I ask you if there are any questions on the 7.2. No. Someone, Councillor Gates.
Are we standing, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to support this one, so I would like to foreshadow a different motion if
Okay.
you would accept that. I simply foreshadow that the rating category for Proposal 2 properties as set out in this report remain unchanged.
Mr. Mayor,
And
we don't have a motion on the floor, so there can't be a foreshadowed motion, but I'm happy to move the motion so this foreshadow can work.
You're right. Move for Councillor Tozer and second Councillor Hamill. And
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to be
Thank you.
pedantic, but
Thank
the
you.
foreshadow only works when there's a motion
I
on the
think
floor.
you're spot on, and I appreciate your help. So, what would you like to foreshadow, Councillor Gates?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to foreshadow that the rating category for Proposal 2 properties as described in this report remain unchanged, and that councillor workshops be held in advance of 26-27 budget deliberations to 26-27? Is that what I said? Budget deliberations to pursue the issue.
Okay. You got those words? You want?
Oh, they're in my head.
We just need a second to type them up.
Just read that page out for me.
To foreshadow? No, let Councillor Gates. It'll only take a minute. I rushed down and didn't bring my glasses. I just squint. I know, getting old. We didn't have them in 2012, did we? I've done it. One aside, yeah, one side, yeah. If you remind me, I'll send you the person. Doesn't hurt. 5 minutes. Yeah, Ruth drove me home. Finish. Councillor Gates, you're happy with that? Okay, I'll go back to the original motion. Right, move Councillor Tozer. Councillor Tozer, you want to speak on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Whilst the papers are confidential and there's very little I can say, what I can say is that last year this proposal that we're considering was one that was rationalised, and it was a category where we undertook the test of fairness and equity and determined that the rationalisation that was undertaken last year it didn't represent fairness and equity in a way that it should, and so we've reconfigured in order to make it more fair this year, and I'm supportive of it, notwithstanding that quite a number of the impacted residents are in my division.
Okay. Speaking against? Then put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill,
Against?
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran.
Motion carried. Councillor, we go to 7.3. Same again. Questions on this one, councillors? Someone like to move the motion there? Oh, okay.
Sorry, they're not standing.
Okay, move Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Young. Move the officer's recommendation. Seconder, anyone? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. I'll go to Councillor Gates for amended
Mr. Mayor.
motion, I would say, is it?
It will be the same motion except for proposal 3 properties. So the same as the last motion which I moved, Mr. Mayor. Or foreshadowed motion, sorry.
It's a foreshadow.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask that we move to close so I can ask a question about some subsequent information that was sent to us this week about this matter?
Okay, move to close. Seconder, Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Gallery's full. And take the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's vote. Vote going open. Against. Carried. Mate, it takes you out when you've been with the Olympic Committee for 3 days. Right, we're open. Okay, mover, Councillor P. Young. I put to motion. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill.
I think motion carried. Next item. Seven point four. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr. Mayor, can I move this? I'll move this with the inclusion of that this be phase in option 6.
Okay.
So to specify number 2 there, it would
That's
say
8
differential
years.
general rate proposal as set out in this report be endorsed and included in the budget and revenue statement with utilising phase in option 6.
Okay. Well, I won't mention. It's on. Look, Councillor, it's on page 60. If you want to look at that. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer. Councillor Curtis.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. There's some similarities between proposal 4 and 5, and I wondered if you would allow us to go into close to discuss them both because I think that
Okay.
they implicate each other.
Would you like to move to close?
Yes, please.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Did you second the motion, Councillor Tozer? I can't. Yep. Second the council. All right. Put to the vote.
I'll just say, if I can, I'm not comfortable supporting it, but I believe that with this option, it enables us to look forward and try to correct the imbalance that exists and a reasonable time frame to achieve that. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to foreshadow no change on this occasion as well. The same motion as put forward previously.
Foreshadow. Councillor Gates, same as last time. All right. Councillor, put to the vote. Divisions call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill,
Against.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran.
Motion carried. 7.5. Councillor Curtis, do you want to?
Mr Mayor, do I need to move into close to propose my changes, or can I do it in open?
You can propose your change right here.
To the previously discussed modelling of PPR over a 10-year prize path.
Yeah, that's what you want to do.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Could you add that in?
I'll move to close to enable questions.
All right. Well, let's go to close while we're typing that up. Move Councillor Peter Young. Second to Councillor Taylor. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Motion carried. Right, Councillor Curtis, you move that. Second to Councillor Hamill. No, eh?
Oh, Councillor, sorry.
What?
I thought you said Councillor Tozen. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No. All right. Anyone speak against? Put it to your division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill,
Against?
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer.
Motion lost. Okay. Nothing. 7.6, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, do we need a motion to resolve to not make a change to this particular category, or is it,
No.
if we don't do anything, does it just stay the same?
Be unchanged.
Just for clarity, given that we're in open, so I'll answer that properly. So a motion lost in this way is as if the motion was never put, and therefore there'll be no change.
All right. All right, 7.6, councillors. I move the recommendation. Second to Councillor Hamill. Speaking against, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call. Huh?
Question before you.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. Because I was speaking with councillors beforehand, I thought that this matter was dealt with in a preliminary fashion last week, and they'd resolved or determined to get a different outcome with the discount, that it was going to be a set percentage, and I don't see that before me, and I just wondered if that was the case, if there had been some discussion about that and some...
Okay, well, happy to
vote.
discuss.
Obviously not. No one's jumping at it.
Well, I don't think you need to, do you? All right. Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in our last meeting, there was a request for detail which we were told could be provided at this meeting. So I would assume that we would need to go into close to receive that.
Is it details given? Well, with the detail you have at hand, have you got question on those details? Otherwise, move a recommendation, a foreshadow, or an amended.
Okay, I'll do a foreshadowed motion.
Okay.
That council endorses you won't accept it. Pardon? Oh, who's moved
No,
it? Mayor's moved it.
I've moved it. Second to Councillor Hamill. So it's a live motion.
I'm
asking for your
willing to offer it as an amendment if you're willing to accept it, or otherwise as a foreshadowed. It's whatever you consider. But that to be that council endorse the discount for prompt payment of general rates and concessions listed in this report for principal place of residence ratepayers, and whichever wording the CFO likes for that.
Now, can you speak to the minute secretary and let her type that out? Okay, I accept that as a foreshadow. We go back to original motion.
Mr. Mayor, you're saying it doesn't meet the criteria for amendment, or are you?
That's a foreshadow, isn't it?
My understanding is Councillor Patterson said she changed her wording to say she wanted to move an amendment, but if you're
to accept it as an amendment.
that was what her words were. It uses almost exactly the same words, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's a foreshadow. Yeah, it's a material change advised by it's a foreshadow. So councillors, I'll speak for the motion for a start. At the moment, as you all know, we basically work very hard to go right through different rates, different cuts, and particularly Mr. CEO and his restructuring has offered a lot of reduction in operational expenditure in the face of increase in operational expenditure. Councillors, over the last 40 years, or maybe more, the prompt payment discount of 10% of the general rates has been part of for Gold Coasters to take that opportunity and to pay promptly and get a 10% discount, and to take away any portion of it to some sector will get the 10%, but other will not. It's far removed from my pledge to keep the 10% prompt payment discount of 10% when I took it to the election, and altering that and trying to get increasing rates by stealth on other ratepayers is something that I look very dimly on. Especially, we will achieve the rate increase across the board at CPI or below, and we've done that for the last 13 years, and that is really the deal we've done with the promise we did with the ratepayers of our city. So, and I'm sure with our budget, there will even be more discount available. And to play this card now, to rake in more money, it's a lazy way of going, well, let's just charge all the categories except for the PPR I think it's a lazy way of doing it. We should be working hard to offering frontline services with the way we've been doing it with the cuts and running our operation, streamlining it, and also killing off the projects that is not ready at this time. Over the last 13 years, we've run Commonwealth Games. We've done so many upgrades in roads, infrastructure, light rail 1, 2 and 3. Never once have we had to try to dip into the 10% prompt payment discount. And the 10% prompt payment discount, I've been told that up to 90% of ratepayers pay promptly so that they can look forward to the 10% discount. It's a rate increase for those minor other ratepayers apart from PPR. It's a rate increase by stealth, and unless you promise at the election that you're intending to do that, I think it's getting it, hitting the people who's going to cop this by 10%, blindsiding them. And for businesses, commercials, whatever, they would have done their cash flow with the anticipation of paying promptly, so that they can do their budget and make sure that that their payment to the city is met, and they've budgeted accordingly. So, councillors, my view then, should the 10% discount doesn't go fully, then I would deem all other election pledge is not really worth a pinch of salt, because the fundamental one, if you're just going to ignore it, then it's not just a disappointment. It's what can they believe a politician when you say you're going to do something? So, Councillor, I put to you that we continue on our prompt payment discount of the 10%. Speaking against, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll start by saying, from my perspective, and I appreciate it's not yours, Mr. Mayor, but from my perspective, I don't see this at odds with the promise that was taken to the election by yourself. My take on that is, when residents hear that, they hear, if you own a home on the Gold Coast, we give you a 10% discount on your rates. They don't expect that Bunnings gets that same discount, or that Pacific Fair gets that same discount, or that someone who's able to own 50 investment properties owns that discount, or a foreign investor who never had someone staying in their property gets that discount. They think it's there to serve the residents who make this city. And when I heard that promise that you made, Mr. Mayor, that's what I thought. So I do this in the spirit, and I appreciate that your take on it is different, but I first wanted to make clear that I'm not intending to dishonour that promise. This is a very tight operational budget. It is a special offer that we provide this discount, and I think it is really important that we acknowledge how difficult it is for our mortgage and homeowners, and that we provide benefits to them. I would make a note though, when you also provide this to commercial property owners, they already get more than 10% discount because their rates are deductible. They get far more than 10%. They get about 50%, 40 to 50% of that money back. Principal place of residence owner doesn't get that benefit. Also, anyone who is investing in property for commercial practices has a obligation for their solvency and their cash flow. Otherwise, probably not a very sensible move to be doing that. I don't take this position lightly. I respect that the work that we've done particularly on our operations budget, it is tight, and there's services that we want to provide. I stood against a tip fee, Mr. Mayor. I don't agree with that. I stand against raising the rates significantly on retirement villages. I don't agree with that. But I do think that we can honour the homeowners in our place without providing a special discount to everyone who will already get a tax benefit from it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couldn't agree with Councillor Patterson any less. Completely at odds with her. 76,000 businesses in this city, the vast majority of them small and medium enterprises. And agree with you, they cash flow that discounted their thing. So it's all well and good to call out Bunnings and Pacific Fair as an example. For the vast majority of companies on the Gold Coast, this would be a massive hit. I don't accept that position at all. Any hit to small and medium business in this economy is a massive one, and not one I'm willing to make. To Councillor Patterson's point about the operational budget, yes, it has been an incredibly tight operational budget, but we are nearly at a balanced position. To pull this card now is not needed. It is simply not required. Through the organisation doing what we tasked it to do, which was to restructure, reset operating models, come back with efficiencies and savings, we are nearly at a balanced budget position on our OPEX and CAPEX. We're nearly exactly where we need to be. This is the card you save up your sleeve for when you're in serious trouble. This is the card you save up your sleeve when there is a massive natural disaster event or event where you require a massive chunk of income to come in that you weren't expecting. We are not in that position. So I would strongly encourage councillors to back the Mayor's recommendation that we do not touch the discount, that we leave it there, and by doing so, continue to force the organisation, this CEO and this ELT, to continue to ask the hard questions of every single dollar they spend, because that's what we currently have. For the first time in a very long time, an organisation that is ripping the operational budget apart, asking the questions of every person that's getting employed, every service we deliver, finding ways to cut 0.5% here, 0.5% there. I don't want that mindset to change. And if we do what is Councillor Patterson is suggesting, that is what will happen. It is too easy then for the organisation to say, we don't have to ask these hard questions anymore, we don't have to dig as deep. Keep them in that mindset, leave the discount where it is, and I look forward to Councillor Patterson going to the next election with that commitment to remove the discount from businesses across the coast.
Okay. Let's get against them.
There's a
Sorry.
claim in the last address that talked about the cost of major disasters. Can I get a question through you to the CEO about the cost of Tropical Cyclone Alfred in our city up till now, the tally up till now, please?
Mr. CEO. Take it on notice.
Sorry, I don't have it in top of my head.
Take it on notice. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr. Mayor, I won't be supporting this motion, and I recognise your pledge, and I do realise you're very sincere in giving that pledge. And I just want to point out, of course, as a divisional candidate, I can't make a similar pledge about what the city's going to do what the council is going to do for the entire city. I can only make a pledge about my division, and so I'm not in the same boat as you. Obviously, I have that divisional responsibility in scope, and I'm very cautious about making pledges because I know that they're very hard to keep. And certainly I wouldn't have addressed anything about a citywide nature like rates. However, you have, I recognise that, and I won't be supporting a motion, but I will be supporting and hopefully introducing a general business motion that enables us to have a really proper look at the 10% concession that we provide, the discount we provide universally. And if we were to make some changes, whether that's over a period of time, that we might reduce that for industry and commerce, or maybe and then we'd have to look at the recovery of fees and whether that fits into council's budgeting program. Well, I think we needed some careful analysis of all of that, and I would be moving for that. We've obviously in this budget dealing with some things that hitherto were not anticipated. Very, very significant investment in maintenance of amazingly complex infrastructure across the city, and we've pledged ourselves to do that, and we've torn off as much waste as we can to enable us to pursue those big ticket items, and so that in my mind gives us the need to focus on where we can raise revenue without impacting upon PPRs. I'm really concerned about protecting principal place of residence. That's my primary interest. I recognise there's 76,000 businesses across the city, small businesses. I recognise also that they don't all own properties and are not all paying rates on those properties. I don't know what the proportion might be. But I'm mindful of the fact that when a business pays costs such as this, they're able to offset that against their tax obligations. And in effect, that's a cost shifting. And we know that this city doesn't get its fair share of federal funding. And this is a way of bringing federal money into the city by virtue of that rebate that will flow to those businesses being increased because of any small increase that they would pay in their rates. So I'm not bothered about that. I think that they will be compensated, and the city will have enough money to do the things that it really needs to do and really is committed to doing comfortably. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. For the motion, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, at first glance, I honestly thought that it was a pretty fair call to say, look, let's just do this for principal place of residence and not to do this for businesses, because of all the things that have been spoken about, tax deductions, etc., etc. But I thought very hard about it over the last week or so, and to be honest, I'm not of that opinion anymore. And we can argue that, yeah, businesses can claim it as a tax deduction, but in the end, it's still an increase for them because it's a 10% rate increase to start with. Okay, if they don't get that, then sure, they can get some tax deduction, but it's still an increase. It's still a big impost on business. And I was actually going to say exactly what Councillor Hamill said. We forget that the majority of our businesses are small businesses. Small businesses have been doing it tough for a very long time. Every election over the last few elections and every budget over the Lord knows how many budgets I've sat through, we talk about how important small business is and how tough they're doing it, but particularly in the last 6 to 7 years, they've been doing it really tough. And we also need to remember these small businesses employ a very large percentage of the workers in this city. And if we have this impost on business, because it is a rate increase by taking away that 10% discount, what that means is that's going to put them under pressure. And that may cost jobs too. That's quite possibly is going to cost jobs because a lot of our residents, I don't know what the percentage is, but a lot of our residents are working for small business. And I don't want to see people losing their jobs because business can't afford to keep them on. It also means that then is going to affect their productivity. So they get hit in every way. It's their productivity, it's the people who are likely to lose their jobs, and it's that rate increase as well. So it's not that simple. It sounds great in theory, and it's very ideological to say that, yeah, great, this is fine, they can look after themselves. But there are so many more impacts. There's a big knock-on effect from actually removing this discount from businesses in the city. I know big business may be able to wear it better than the smaller ones, but there are a lot of small ones, and there's more small ones than big ones. So that's why I'm actually supporting this motion. As I say, it's I was really not sure which way I was going to go with it, but now I thought about it very carefully. I think we need to look after small business in the city.
Against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the last couple of years, we've seen one of the single largest increases in commercial property values that Queensland's ever seen. And, in a situation where the property owners of commercial properties in the city have seen that, net growth in their capital value, I think it leaves us with a strong position to be able to say to PPR ratepayers, primary place of residence ratepayers, that we are restructuring the way that we manage the incentive that we provide to every ratepayer for paying on time. And that's really what it is. It's an incentive for paying on time. The idea or concept that commercial property owners should be provided a greater incentive for simply paying on time than Mrs. Smith, who lives in a minimum general rate property, I think is, I just can't support that idea. I think that, the most vulnerable in our community, the property owners that are living in the smallest houses should not receive any less discount for paying on time than the most, affluent property owner in the city. The discount should be the same. And in the absence of a model today that makes that incentive for paying on time exactly the same, I think this represents the idea that we, consider an option that means that non-PPR residents don't get an incentive for paying on time, I think is the fairest way forward in this current climate. The other thing I think is really important is that later in the meeting today, we'll consider information about our debt position. And I think one of the things that we could do to make sure that we continue to deliver great outcomes for ratepayers is, instead of drawing down what we said we were going to draw down, we reduce that by the amount that we generate from this removal of a prompt payment discount. The motion before us is not the fairest way for us to go forward. It hasn't been for some time. The idea that every principal place of resident, every resident in the city should continue to get a discount for paying on time, and that's what we're proposing. That should definitely go ahead. But the idea that we remove that prompt payment discount for non-PPR properties is fair and reasonable, particularly in light of the value of commercial properties and investment properties being so inflated over the last years. Now is the time to do that where it's going to be the least impactful on the broader rate-paying community, and I hope that councillors oppose this motion and then make a better decision for fairness.
Okay. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really respect the attempt here to protect PPR residents. But what I haven't heard discussed at all today is an acknowledgement of the fact that our rating structure and system already protects our PPR residents. They already contribute less than all other property types, and so that is how that system has existed in the past, and it's why non-PPRs pay more, and it doesn't absolve our responsibility. This need to protect PPR does not absolve our responsibility to consider the financial burden and impacts of all other ratepayers. It sends a message to the community that we care about the financial burden of owner-occupiers only. And I think in a sleepy residential town that would be fine, but we're the Gold Coast. Our community isn't just made up of residents. It's made up of small businesses and fish and chip shops and entrepreneurs and theme parks and all this vibrant beast that makes the Gold Coast what it is. And we need to be considering the financial burden of all types and acknowledging the fact that we already rate them higher, and that's how they contribute to the system at a higher cost already, and they are deserving of our consideration, particularly at a time when financial costs are tough on everyone. And I will be supporting the Mayor's motion as it stands. Thank you.
Speaking against, Councillor Taylor, I yield to you to close for me.
Answer to the question that I asked on notice. You happy for me to provide it? It was provided to me by text message. It's $25 million is the cost up to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this has been a conversation for the last few weeks, and I know it's a topic that we can all discuss in relation to balancing our books. And I know we're going through a tough time at the moment to balance our books, but we are in a good position. And we're making a decision this year. It doesn't mean we can't consider next year or moving forward if we find times are tough. In particular for me, there's a lot of small investors that own units that rent them out. And we recently gave an increase, an adjustment for a lot of high-rise residents on the Gold Coast. And some of these small investors that have been investing in high-rises last year did take an increase in relation to their rates for parity. And I think this is an example this year that the 10% is the support they need. So I think we as a council are working hard to balance our budget. We're here to support principal place of residence. We're here to support businesses. We're here to support investors. And we're here also to consider this year's budget. And I think at this point of time, I think it's important that we continue with a 10% discount and we support all businesses and residents on the Gold Coast. Thank you.
Okay, debate's closed. Councillors, I'll call division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Tozer.
Motion carried, supermajority. I just, before we move on, I haven't did the chat GPT, but about the small businesses in our city, I think it's as high as 90% of businesses, the SME, the small, medium-sized businesses, in comparison to the Bunnings and things. So I think a lot of your friends that you mix with, they are all the small business people, and they're not the one who are flush. They're just trying to make ends meet. But I'll chat GPT it, and I'd love to know the percentage on here. Right. 7.6. 7.7, advanced resource recovery, Gold Coast.
So we're moving into the empty space. We need to go into close.
We moved into close. Councillors, we're going into entities presentations, commercial and confidence, budget. So move into close. Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilkinson, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. carries. Streaming on. Councillor, I move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Yeah, against. Carry unanimous. Good presentation. You got a unanimous there. 7.8, Mr. CEO, could you cause for Brand Gold Coast to come and give us a presentation?
Yes, just coming in.
Yeah, when they come in, people want to see what they look like. For expediencies, Council, I move we go to close. Same reason as the last. Councillor Wilkinson, seconder. Commercial and confidence, budget matter. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion Carry streaming on. Councillor moved the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, Todd and Melissa.
Did you wear that suit to match your presentation?
Through you, Chair, form meets content in all times.
Good on you. Mr. CEO, could you cause Invest Gold Coast to do a submission and presentation?
Come in, Invest Gold Coast.
Councillors, I move that we go and close due to commercial and confidence and budgetary. Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming on. Councillors, I move the recommendation 1 to 7. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. I'm running this. Okay. So there's a motion in place. There's a amended motion proposed by Councillor Patterson. Move with number 8 there. Before I ask for a seconder, would you like to explain item 8? Would you like to explain item 8?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the investment policy, it sets out the parameters in which we invest, and we were waiting on the expertise of InvestGC before we created the repeatable process for big, not commercial investments that don't fit into a a normal financial instrument. So one of the compelling reasons why we established an entity is so that we have a skill set that can provide a repeatable process on investment recommendations to council. Our investment policy doesn't currently outline what that repeatable process is. It has been requested. It was requested first in September 23 when we first considered this, and it was advised that we would move to the entity process for that. It was then requested at the Audit and Risk Committee. We then established our investment policy, and I recognise we probably did need to wait till we had the skill set of the new board to design this. But I do think without this element, it's a bit of an issue, because that was one of the compelling reasons for InvestGC in the first place, that we know the process for which they will provide recommendations to us, we can count on it, we can compare it with apples and apples. So this in point 8, that just allows us to do that. As we heard, they certainly seem to agree and support it and would be happily provide that recommendation. All it is that they then provide the recommendation to council, which we then can accept. Thank you.
All right. Mr. CEO, this just cropped up there, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you're asking me to make a comment on relation to it. I mean, City Administration has no issue with it, other than it doesn't really relate to the budget item itself. But and I think we heard in closed, I think I can say that it is consistent with work that we're planning to do in any case.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that. However, I have now heard that since September 23 and been assured that it would happen 3 months later, then in this thing, and then in this thing, and this thing. All I'm requesting is that we just put it into words, and then it's there. The CEO said that he's got no issue with it. We get it up there, then we know what we're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, for me, I don't like being blindsided on an item there, but I'll leave it to councillors. Can I finish? Right. So, if that was known to me earlier, I would have more time to think about it. I really, for me to go with your amended. I'll be going, well, why that wasn't there by the administration before. And so anyhow, I'll leave it to you, councillors. I'll be asking for a seconder for the amended seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Right, you can speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as to the timing, I suppose I wasn't really clear on this myself, and I had just asked through to Mr. Callender to provide me the detail on it, because I had thought that we had put it in there, and then I realised, oh, it's not actually in the policy. It was only in the meeting in the last hour just before this meeting that I had with Mr. Callender that I identified this wording, which I had expected was in, wasn't. Mr. Callender reached out in the last couple of days to InvestGC to identify their understanding and wording of it. it does appear to be a bit of a missing. I understand that the CEO says that it's going to be addressed. I see no harm in this rather critical, fundamental element, which everybody says they're going to do anyway, to be put into the resolution and noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, through you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just deliberating the difference between the city investment policy and the Invest Gold Coast investment policy, because the Invest Gold Coast policy actually does talk to the reporting protocols, the processes, and the risks that I think we are talking about here. So,
No, just hey, listen.
So those parameters already exist in Clause 8 of the Invest Gold Coast investment policy.
All right. Okay. Well, debate's closed. Amended motion. I put it to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Okay. Amended last. The motion. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Mr. CEO, what do you think?
I'm informed the pizzas have arrived.
Councillors, the pizzas are here. 15 minutes? Okay. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes for pizza. Right, councillors, I move that we go into close. Second to Councillor Doran for commercial and confidence and budgetary matter. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. All good. Councillor Castro? Moved. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Councillor Patterson?
Mr Mayor, I was wondering if you'd consider a change to point 5 to the council will note the operational plan, and we'll consider it again.
Sorry, Councillor, that has been reflected in the earlier discussion.
Well, it's not. No, that says that we will approve the operational plan. So,
Sorry, it's not there. I apologise. It's getting
no.
late.
So, Mr Mayor, if we could note, no, not delete it. If we could just note it.
I've got some new words.
It's saying it's going to go to ETEC. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Castro, anyway.
Don't talk cross to Councillor Castro. It goes through the mayor. Thank you. Councillor Castro, you happy with the red?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Tozer, seconder.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So, all right. Anyone want to speak against? You want to close the debate? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous.
I can handle 11 quickly.
Huh?
I can handle 11, the next one very quickly.
All right. Mr CEO, 711.
So, councillors, very simply, this is answers to questions that you have put in relation to the entities, just so that you've got them. It's simply asking. Yep, just simply asking you to note the information that's been provided.
Moved. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. You did such a good job, Mr CEO. You want to do 712?
I can try. This is simply just the divisional allocations. I'm sure councillors would be happy to move and approve.
All right.
Mr Mayor, I just have a correction if you wouldn't mind.
Correction, yes.
No, we don't need to go into close. It's just if I give you two project numbers that are listed in the Division 3, they're errors, and one of them, I don't know how it got there, and it was for over $500,000, and I don't have that funding. So if we
Just
could...
pause there for a second, just really to be clear. Do we need to go into close?
If the council is able to do this in a way that doesn't speak specifically to the projects, then that's fine, and they're just numbers. Even the dollar amounts are okay, as long as you don't name what the projects are.
I do apologise, Mr Mayor, and I wasn't standing either. I'll just give you the project numbers for deletion, if that's okay. It's 91231.
91231. Yep.
And 91458.
And that's that they're simply deleted.
Just simply deleted from my program, please.
While we're in open with the cameras on, I'm happy to reflect that the papers will be changed in order to reflect that if this motion goes through.
Thank you.
I move the motion. Seconder. Go ahead, ask the question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's through you to the CEO. Whilst we're adopting this today, I've been alerted to the fact that one of my capital projects in Division 11 isn't fully funded, according to a report from Officer, and may require a law top-up, which is a surprise. So in order for the project to continue, I may need to liaise.
Come and see me.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No more questions. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Gates? All right. Speak against. Put the motion here. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous.
Sorry,
I'm the mover.
I was talking at the same time too.
And Councillor Gates, seconder. All right. We don't need to vote again, do we? Since it's Tate, not Gates. All right, you want to do 713, Councillor? CEO.
Again, this is simply the we're at 13, aren't we? The draft fees and charges as presented. Happy to provide. Happy for it to be moved.
I move. Seconder, Councillor. Question.
So does the new draft fees and charges include the parking changes we made in the most recent meeting?
I can confirm that is the case.
Great.
And I can confirm, since we are in open, that given that it is simply the moving of these, it is deemed general business and there are no conflict of interest.
Thanks.
Matters.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Wasn't it? Oh, let's count it again. Division All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran.
Carries supermajority. 714. Mr. CEO.
Mr. Mayor, with your forbearance, we have a very, very, very short presentation we would like to show you in relation to this enclosed, if that's okay.
Enclosed?
Yes, please.
Move to close. Councillor Wilkinson, seconded Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carries. Carried. Live stream's on. Gallery's open. Mr. CEO, you want to say a few words?
I'm going to deal with 1714 for you quickly.
14, yep.
1714 is just the completion of the rates consistent with the presentation you've just seen.
Very good. I moved. Second to Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill,
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Martin,
Carries supermajority. Mr. CEO, 715.
Yes, so councillors, this is a duplication of the presentation that you've already received. It was asked to come back. I think it's best dealt with questions. We're not proposing to redo the presentation again.
All right. Any questions? I move the recommendation. Second to Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against it? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Item 8, general business nil. Item 9.1, Mr. CEO responds to questions.
Yep, this is as per the agreed process. This is simply the response to questions that have been provided, put on the record.
And the recommendations there. Move, Councillor. Question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wondered, there was a question that I asked about I'm sorry. It was about the funding used from the CEO's strategic projects budget.
Yep.
And it came back that I had asked for the projects that it had been used for. I wonder if you could just provide those.
Through you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
happy to take that on notice and provide it.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, as we now got to the end of our budget committee round prior to the adoption meeting, I, on behalf of the City Administration, wanted to say a huge thank you to officers. This has been a marathon effort. To Susan, to Jeff and to Karen and to all the finance team, I wanted to say a huge thank you. It is a big, complicated thing putting a budget together and they have done an outstanding job. I also wanted to thank the Executive General Managers and to all of the admin staff, and as I often say, over there is the most difficult job in council. It's been a huge effort, and a huge thank you for the many countless hours, probably more than any hours I've seen put into a budget for this one. Thank you to all of them.
Okay.
Yep,
Councillors, we move the recommendation. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer? Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Unanimous. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, just a question. It was raised with me yesterday about the acceptance of, or the receiving of these minutes of today's budget meeting, given that our budget delivery is prior to our next council meeting. So has it been decided how that can be resolved?
Yes, it's now 18:17. I'll do my best because I got this explained to me. I think the plan is to resolve the minutes at the meeting where we resolve the budget. So we resolve them and then we'll go through and resolve them.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
So
right, Susan?
we hand down the budget, take photos, and then we come into the full council meeting and confirm the minutes.
Okay, fine.
You want to do that? Or do you want to do the council meeting first and then hand down the budget? We've done that.
Well, no, the budget meeting is set down for the first of that day,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be sure that we could deliver the budget without first receiving the minutes because, I mean, there was a discussion about whether our meetings of budget were committee meetings or meetings of full council because I had assumed they were meetings of full council.
Me too.
And then there would not be a problem, but I was advised at the time it was a committee meeting. So I just wanted to be sure the minutes
No,
could be received.
I think it's a good question.
Yep. So the first order of business at the budget meeting will be to resolve the minutes from this committee. Then we'll go on to resolving
Okay, thank you.
the budget.
Meeting's closed. 18:18.